succeeding at probation, both related to substance abuse and mental health issues. And I'm hoping we can sort through that. I also note that you had a dirty in September, and I don't, have they ever, you don't have to respond to that, but I'm interested to see what the status of that is. Have they filed a disciplinary against you, or has that anything happened with that?
No, so I was accepted into the solid program, and because I was honest about it, they said I was okay to not get a write up.
So are you in the solid program now?
No.
What happened?
I was caught throwing something over the fence.
So tell me about, let's begin. I'm hoping we can talk about what your problems are, both as what appears to me to be some mental health issues and some substance abuse issues, and then what your plans are, and what you're up to in here.
I know I got a substance abuse issue. I was hoping that after I do my stay here in prison that I would be able to go to a program, because I already know myself and I want to be able to leave in like to a structured environment, you know, kind of give myself some time to, you know, get comfortable and not just thrown back in the streets on my own again.
Mm-hmm. Have you explored any particular, you think about a halfway house, or you're looking at residential?
I was kind of hoping like a residential drug treatment, but halfway house is cool too,
Yeah,
as long as
but-
I'm not just.
And I guess you haven't really explored any of that. You don't have anything specific in mind.
No.
What are you up to in here?
Right now I'm just I'm trying to get into I'm trying to get a job. I'm waiting for 90 days to get back into the solid program. But until then I'm just where I'm at. Just trying to stay out of trouble.
So if you'd like, share with me a little more, what was the incident that took you out of the program?
Somebody just I kind of just somebody wanted me to throw something over the fence, and I said I would. I don't know what it was or whatever. They tossed it over and I caught it, so I just handed it to the person.
What about mental health issues? How do you see that?
I know I got like super bad anxiety, bipolar issues, and depression. But as long as I can get on my meds, I'm sure that I'm able to deal with it, you know, properly.
So are you on any medications now?
Just Zoloft and Triliptol.
And is that helping you?
Yes.
Have you been on other medications in the past?
Just when I was younger, for like ADHD, and that's pretty much it. Just ADHD.
What about your probation? How did that go?
It was so I did 11 months in the county for the charges that I'm here on, and then I got out. I was doing good for about like 8 months. I was working, I had a place, and then I just started getting high again, and so I did another 9 because I did 9 months while I was because I tried to do a program. I did the CATS program, and I was doing life skills program, so that way, you know, I could try to get just try to like learn something and get a better recommendation, trying to avoid prison. But I ended up coming here anyways. That's the reason I was in the county for so long this time.
Yeah. What was why weren't you able to complete the CATS program?
I wasn't able to finish my work because I could. So so you're not allowed. The way it works, you're supposed to level up 3 times, and then I got in trouble because I was like goofing around, and so I wasn't able to level up in time before my graduation. So they just let me go.
Yeah. Well, from my perspective, at least, you're a young man. You're only 24, and this is, of course, your first trip to the prison. I mean, I was depressed to see that you haven't been able to get into and then stay in a substance abuse treatment program, you know, you're gonna be at your guideline by the time you're readmitted or you're allowed to reenter the solid program.
Yeah.
I guess that, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, but that, you need some serious structure and you need some serious substance abuse resources in order to succeed. And I don't know, I'm assuming that, I mean, we're really in a position where you've sort of justified a going above your guidelines because you've got a situation where you've got a lot of credit for time served, and you've had problems in the prison that really justify extending your prison sentence beyond the December guideline date. And of course, what we could do is just say, let's get you back into the solid program and parole you when you've completed it, but that would mean really keeping you here for another year. And I don't know how the board is going to feel about that, but my own personal feeling is that if you really are dedicated to succeeding on the outside, you're better off to pursue it on the outside if you can work that out.
Yeah.
I haven't got a strong sense yet of whether or not what your level of insight into the nature of your problem is. Do you have any particular insight into why you have had trouble completing a program, why you've returned to drug?
So I was supposed to do a program when I left the jail the first time. I was supposed to do first step, and I ended up the jail released me before then. It kind of sucked because I was kind of looking forward to, going to a program. So I haven't gotten a program. I haven't done a drug treatment program on the outside since I've been an adult.
Yeah,
I did one when I was younger, for 9 months, and I completed that one. So I know I can. I know because I know that's what I want to do.
yeah.
To go.
What's
to
your
the
drug
program.
of choice?
It's heroin.
And do you, one of the things I kind of wonder about is given the mental health issues you have, whether substance abuse isn't self-medication, is that
Yeah.
a possibility?
Yeah.
How do you see that issue?
Just like when I don't know, it sucks because when I'm going through like when I'm depressed or angry, I don't really know how to deal with it other than using drugs. So
Yeah,
I'm trying. I need to learn. I know I need to learn the coping skills and the different ways to deal with like my mental problems.
yeah. What were you up to when you were arrested? I mean, it looks you're first observed attempting to park your car, and you've got a needle in your mouth, and then you flee the officers and run into additional problems. What was going on there?
That time I was really bad into my addiction. It was like every day I was doing whatever I could possible to keep my addiction from not being from not being sick without getting it. Because when you're on heroin, if you don't have it, you get sick. And so I was just doing whatever I could to avoid that. And that time, I panicked. I seen the police officer, and I panicked, and I tried to get away.
You were driving a stolen car.
Yeah.
And of course, you pled to attempted theft by receiving. How did you come to be in possession of a stolen car?
It was given to me by and everybody that uses drugs. Someone just gave it to me.
Yeah. All right. Well, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider?
I'm willing. I don't know. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to and it'll be successful. So I trust your guys' wisdom to, set me
Yeah.
on the right path.
Well, there again, I don't know what the board is gonna do, but, I will tell you that, um, I'm struggling with how we deal with your particular case. I think you've got some real potential to succeed, and I'm hoping that a trip to the prison has allowed the light to come on for you. But at the same time, um, and I don't want to micromanage your treatment. I'm not a particular expert in substance abuse problems or substance abuse treatment. So I want to allow maximum flexibility for you and your parole officer when that time comes to find a spot for you, either at a halfway house or a inpatient treatment facility. And I suspect that the board will not micromanage that decision, but at the same time, the key to your success is getting into and completing a substance abuse treatment program. Think you can do that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You'll be hearing from us. We say within the next 60 days, but I endeavor to get a report out and finalized quite quickly. You're approaching your guidelines. And I want to see to it that you get you get an agenda, a timetable that will allow you. In the meantime, you should know that if you run into additional problems, caught using drugs, throwing stuff over the fence, it's going to result in a disciplinary, and that will have the effect of revoking any date that we determine to give you. So you got to, at the very least, you got to stay out of trouble here. Think you can do that?
Yes.
All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on Colin James Finlinson, 247794. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
And my name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. I will be conducting a hearing here today, and since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, we also have a victim who's present here today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, I'm going to have you sworn in as well, and the board's intention is to protect your privacy. You can reveal your name if you choose to do so or not. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I will return to you shortly. All right, Mr. Finlayson, let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from the victim, and then I want to hear from you with anything you think that the board ought to consider. You were here on 4 charges, but you're the possession of a controlled substance, a case ending in 753, assault, case ending in 777, and assault by a prisoner ending in 097, both of which are misdemeanors and have now reached their, one of which is now expired and the other one is very close to expiring if it hasn't already. And then a torture of an animal. You have a maximum expiration date of 5 years, May 6th, 2029. You have 364 days credit for time served and a 14-month guideline, which would have put you out in September 30th, 2024. I'm going to hear from you for a minute, but let me ask the victim to unmute and make any statement that you choose to do so.
I'm not quite sure what information you guys are looking for in regards to my testimony, or what information you are looking for. I do know that I can confirm this is the person that I did lend my dog to, who was supposed to be babysitting. As I see his face, I can confirm this is who had my dog before she had passed away.
And how has that affected you?
Well, it's not only affected me, it's affected my best friend as well as my now 9-year-old daughter. We were originally getting this dog, me and my best friend, together. And then as my daughter got older, she was supposed to take care and help raise this dog because her connection with my daughter was very significant. As it has affected our family, it took us a while before we were able to even get dogs again, to even talk about her. She kept asking where the dog was, and because it was 2 years ago, she didn't quite understand what death was. So we just kind of pushed it on the back burner until just recently when these news came up, and she now has expressed that she is very, very upset because of the connection she had with that dog. That dog was special. She was not like any other dog. And I trusted this man. And now I can't trust another human being because of him. And it's just affected us in a negative way because we can't trust anybody. We keep to ourselves. I don't let my daughter play with random people or random kids because I don't know what they're capable of doing anymore. So we've kind of just secluded ourselves to just our family instead of being social now. And that is the end.
That's tragic. I know that the loss of a pet is like the loss of a family member. And that's perhaps even more true for a 9-year-old little girl. So my heart goes out to you and your family. Anything else you'd like to say?
Yes. I did want to see if it was possible when or if he ever does get released, that if there can be put one of those owner restrictions where he's not allowed to own any type of animal in his lifetime.
We'll take that into consideration.
Thank you. And that's everything.
All right. All right, Mr. Finlinson, I'm now going to give you an opportunity to address it. I will tell you honestly, I don't understand why you killed that dog. And in case number 777, I don't understand why you assaulted a pregnant woman. Clearly you've got some serious problems with drugs. I'm wondering if you can give me some insight into what causes you to get involved in this kind of violent activity.
So I'm usually in my active addiction when I'm using drugs. And when I'm using drugs, I honestly don't think about my actions before acting on them. And I want to say I do have remorse. I have a lot of remorse for this dog and my victim, especially with the 9-year-old girl. I understand how it has impacted her as well as the victim. Because honestly, through my incarceration, I've had nightmares of this dog, of me, what I've done to this dog. And so, I have remorse and I take accountability for my actions. My drug addiction is huge for me at this point in my lifetime. And it was because it took the advantage of me to do harm to the dog and to the person that I assaulted when she was pregnant. So I understand how severe is my addiction.
Yeah. I understand how the consumption of drugs can alter your behavior, but I still am searching for a why. Why did you attack the victim, and why did you kill this dog?
Honestly, it was because of anger. I was mad at myself and I wasn't in the right state of mind with myself. I felt like I wanted to get revenge out. And that's the honest truth. I wanted to get revenge to the victim for no reason. I also wanted to get revenge to the person that I assaulted.
What about what are you up to while you're in the prison?
I've been trying to get into a program on the out. I also been working on myself. When I got to the prison, I went to the solid program, and within 22 days of being into the solid program, I got an ADA job. I was taking my ADA to Chow, and from Chow, I was also taking them to BTs, and I was also taking them to PLINN. When I came here to Beaver County, I also put in to be on the road crew as well as to be in the BRT program. As of yet, I have not gotten to any of those, but I did get a response that I am on the wait list for the BRT program, and I am on the wait list for the road crew job.
Okay. So you were in a solid program and you weren't kicked out of that. You just got transferred.
Correct, yes.
Tell me about what is your history of substance abuse treatment? Have you been involved in any program?
Yes, I have. I've been involved in Valley Beaver Health residential treatment. I also been in STEPS residential or First Step House residential treatment, and I also been in Odyssey House residential treatment. And all those are substance abuse and mental health.
How about, why haven't those been successful in getting you free of drugs?
So when I went to Odyssey House, I ran from the Odyssey House program. When I went to Valley Behavioral Health residential treatment, I kept on using cannabis. And then when I went to First Step House, I relapsed. I also have a program on the outs set up before I got incarcerated, which was going back to Valley Behavioral Health residential treatment until I got indicted.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a halfway house set up if I am able to parole out. I do have a halfway house that's willing to take me for substance abuse and mental health.
What halfway house is that?
That's Affrington.
Repeat that for me if you would.
It's Affrington. They just changed the name. It used to be called Bonneville.
Mm-hmm.
And I have that set up on the outs as well. And if that's not available, then I have Valley Behavioral Health residential treatment.
Any other plans for your release?
Yes, if I am released, I also have a job lined up to where I'll be going and working at called Texas Roadhouse or Melbourne Lawn and Landscaping or Jeffrey Lube. I also have a residence lined up as well once I'm done with the halfway house. I also want to go back to school if it's recommended by the board for my education.
Did I notice that you're on your LSR&R, which is the assessment program, the education is listed as low. You clearly got some other problems. The board may or may not order education, but they will certainly order a substance abuse program. Do you think you've got any other independent mental health issues beyond problems with drugs?
Yes, I do believe I have a mental illness problem.
What do you think? How would you characterize that?
I would characterize it as a depression, anxiety, PTSD, schizophrenia, and I believe that's it.
All right. What about, are you on any current medications treating those conditions?
Yes, I am. I'm currently on an Invega shot.
What, repeat that for me, please?
It's an Invega,
Uh-huh.
and that's the
And
only
is
medication that
you
I'm
think
on.
that's helping?
Yes, it is helping.
Have you taken other medications in the past?
In the past, yes, I've also taken a fluoxetine.
What about, what, as far as controlled substances go, what is your drug of choice?
My drug of choice is marijuana.
And any other involvement with other controlled substances?
Yes, methamphetamine.
I noticed that you stated that it was marijuana that, or cannabis that caused you to relapse. Is that generally the pattern?
Yes, it usually starts with marijuana and then it leads to methamphetamine.
And do you know why does that happen? Do you have any notion about what the triggers are?
I don't.
What about the residents that you contemplated after a halfway house or drug treatment program? Who would you be living with?
I'll be living in a Parker home, either a group home or a host home. And the residence that I have lined up is Randy Powers. I don't know if I'm allowed to go back there, but I know I'll be within the program that was with Randy Powers.
Okay. What about, do you have any idea when you'll be able to get into either employment or into the BRT?
As of right now, I don't know where I'm at on the wait list for the employment here at the jail, as well as I don't know where I'm at on the waiting list for the BRT program.
All right, you've answered all my questions. To the victim, you've just heard Mr. Finlinson. Do you have anything additional you want to add?
Well, when I reported this, he wasn't living where he was, like, in his residential unit. I'm trying to figure out where he was living when the incident happened with my dog. Was he living in one of these so-called group residential places with this Randy person? Because if that's the case, I don't know how well that was working for him since he had freedom. I think a halfway house or him being supervised a lot more closely when released would be more appropriate. Especially with hearing the mental illness of schizophrenia. I have and dealt with someone for about 5 years with schizophrenia. It was the grandmother of mine. So I know how severe it can get when not treated appropriately and when drugs are introduced. So if he is honest about, continuing to try and stay sober, that's fine. And, keep up the medicine, do what he needs, because the mental health illness with schizophrenia is very severe if it's an actual diagnosis, and should not go untreated at all. And that can cause a slip up, like with our dog or with other charges he may have. So I just say monitor him a little more carefully if possible when he is released, just to make sure he is on the right path, because everybody does deserve a chance after addiction. I don't disagree there. I've been there myself. I know how addiction can get. I know that side as well. But if it continues happening, then there's a point where you just got to stop giving chances. And I hope he hasn't reached this yet, but that, I only know a small portion of his matters. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I appreciate those insights. That's helpful. All right, Mr. Finlinson, I will give you one final opportunity to add anything you choose to do so that you think that the board ought to consider.
I want to let you guys know, I take this as a learning experience. I do take accountability for my actions, and I take accountability for what I did to the victim, like I said before. I also want to say I have remorse. I have a lot of remorse for what I did. That should have never happened in my part, and that should have never happened to the victims at all, whatsoever. So I want to say I apologize for that.
All right. Well, thank you. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Section.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on KACIE LYNN CHAVEZ, 261612. Is that you?
Yeah.
My name is Bradley Rich, a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, making a recommendation, and then you'll get a letter from us if you have indicating what the situation is. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me tell you where I think we stand.
Uh-huh.
And then I want to hear from you both in response to what my short list of issues is, and anything else you want to say. Let me begin by saying I have read very carefully your letter, and I was moved by it. I mean, a great many inmates write the Board of Pardons a letter, but rarely do I find one that expresses the clarity and sincerity that your letter did. And so I'm interested in hearing from you here today on anything that you think the board ought to consider, but I will tell you, I've read that letter already. Basically, you are here on a series of charges and it's your first trip to the prison. You have escape from official custody, a theft misdemeanor, a possession of a controlled substance, and an attempted possession of controlled substances. You have a maximum expiration date of January 2029. You have a guideline of 12 months, which would put you out in January of next year. You have been given credit for time served of 195 days. There's been restitution ordered in your case. And I assume that that will be, and that's related to dental care while you were in the Kane County jail. That's been ordered by the court and may well be sent to collections, but will probably not be a condition of your parole. What about, I guess my short list of things is, and a number of these have been addressed in your letter, but I want to get another chance to get those on the record. What you intended to get to do when you get out, what you're up to while you're in jail, and assessment of how you see certainly substance abuse and possible mental health issues. All right, it's up to you.
I talk now.
Yes.
Sorry. Well, I've enrolled in several programs since I've been here, but the wait list is long. I just barely got accepted into one of them, but they don't really count it. But I'm trying to take the steps that I need this time.
Mhm.
As far as my mental health issues, I do struggle with mental health a little bit. I won't deny that. But I've been trying to like take the steps in here to get it under control. And I don't remember what else you asked me.
No, well, and I guess we ought to get to what I see as one of the central problems, which is to say, how you see substance abuse issues. You've got, seems to me like you've got a number of problems here. But I kind of wonder if substance abuse isn't central to all of the things that bring you here. I mean, you're really in a position where 2 of the 4 offenses of commitment are substance abuse related. How would you characterize your substance abuse problem?
I struggle with substance abuse. I have for a long time,
Yeah.
and I've been offered like help in the past for it, and I haven't taken it because I haven't been ready.
Have you ever been in a serious drug treatment program?
I was in I can't remember what it's called. I did a program in the Kane County Jail, and it was, I think I did 7 months of it, and that's the one that I got the most out of, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was really it.
How do you see what controlled substances do you regularly use?
Heroin and fentanyl
Mm-hmm.
and meth are the ones that,
And why do you think you returned to the use of drugs?
I feel like, I mean, I can't blame it on anybody else. Like, nobody forces me to do it, but I put myself back in my old ways, my old places. I feel like had I stuck to my plan of what I wanted this last time, I wouldn't be here right now. I chose to go home instead and put myself back in those places. It's just like people, places, and things for me
Mm-hmm.
that I struggle with, and it just always takes me back every single time.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm I'm hoping for some additional insight here, and I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but I really, I have I mean, you're only 24 years old. You're a very young woman, and yet you have devoted a big chunk of your life, both as a juvenile and adult, to problems attendant to the use of controlled substances. And I'm struggling to figure out how you arrived at this place. I mean, there's a certain sense in which I look at you and go, why is this young woman in prison? And you worked very hard to get in there. I mean, you really did. And I'm hoping that you can help me understand what's going on in your life that brings you here today.
I never thought I'd ever come to prison, honestly. This isn't a place that I ever wanted to be in. I don't really know what, like, I guess where when I'm clean, I just start thinking about all the time that I've lost to drugs and how I am 24. And when I get into that mindset, I just kind of think, well, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't really know how to explain it. It just kind of overwhelms me to the point where I just give into it and I don't want to. Like, I guess it's like all the feelings of guilt and the shame and how I could have, like, I had all these dreams growing up, and where I'm at now, this isn't what I envisioned my life to be. This isn't what I wanted. So I get being on probation and not coming and doing drug court and failing that and doing everything it just gets to be too much sometimes, and I just start to look down on myself for it, and I just I just give up
Mhm.
because I don't see it. I don't.
Yeah. What are your plans when you're released?
I am not planning on. I don't want to go back to my hometown. I want to stay away from there. I was hoping that I could go to Orange Street, or my family is willing to set up a rehab and a sober living for me, so they don't want me to come home either. They want me to stay. I mean, it doesn't matter where you go, really, but the mistake I've always made is I just get right out. I don't have a plan set in place. And I just kind of say, well, I'm just going to take it as it goes and see where I go, see what happens. But this time I don't want that. I can't do it again.
Mhm.
So, like with my family, they're only giving me this one more chance, and they're not going to do it again.
Mhm.
It's like I'm hoping to either I just want to do something different. I don't want to be here.
Yeah,
I don't want to come back here. Like, I've seen everybody.
yeah.
I don't know how to
And so when you say you don't want to go back home, you're talking about St. George or Kanab?
Kanab.
Kanab, yeah.
Kanab's where I'm from.
Uh-huh. And you referred to your family. How do you have, your family said they don't want you to return there. Do you have family support or?
I have a lot of family support. They think that if I went back there, that I would end up back here again.
No. A lot of bad influences there, I imagine.
There's a lot of bad influences there for me. It's not that they don't want me there. It's just they want what's best for me, and
Yeah, you need a new start.
it's somewhere different. And I don't.
Yeah, are you, any other thoughts you've got about your future?
I want to try to get my GED so I can do something other than working in fast foods for the rest of my life.
Yeah. What about, mental health issues?
I want to start seeing my old therapist that I was seeing before. She helped me tremendously. Like, she brings me back from places that I get stuck in.
Mhm.
She's always been like, she I don't know how to I don't know how to explain her, but she's the first person I've ever seen that has kept me like on the right track with my mental health issues.
And where is she? Is she in Kanab
She's in
or?
Kanab, but we do phone calls
Uh-huh.
with each other.
What about medication? Have you ever been on psychotropic medications?
I've been on depression medications and
Are you
anxiety.
taking any now?
No.
You think you need medication?
I put in to talk to them about it, talk to the mental health person here about it, but I haven't seen them yet.
Mhm. What about, yeah, I take it you don't really have a mental health diagnosis other than depression.
Yeah.
Well, the board may or may not choose to include a mental health component. They will certainly include substance abuse. I would like to see an education component to your parole as well, simply because I think that will help you both in terms of your employability and your self-esteem. Anything else you think the board ought to deal with?
I just, I don't, not that I can think of. I like if it were to happen, I would have one of the stipulations would be to get my education. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, that's yeah. Because growing up, my mom died when I was 6 from cancer. So growing up, I wanted to be a nurse because I wanted to be there for people like her
Mhm.
who died so young. It's like I know I can't be a nurse because I'm a felon now, and I'm gonna stay a felon for. But education is something that's been really important to me. I've tried it several times, but I've always given up because
At what point did you leave high school?
11th grade.
Mhm. Well, I think you're probably in a position where you got a series of interlocking issues that you need to deal with.
Yeah.
And I don't particularly claim to have any expertise in how to sort through those complicated issues. And I'm hoping that you're in a position where you can tackle those in bite-sized pieces. From what you've described in your letter and from what you've said here today during the course of this hearing, it looks to me like you're struggling with a series of problems that allow you to give up on yourself. And I don't claim to have the expertise in how to get out of that rut, but you're clearly in a rut from your juvenile years. And I'm hoping you've provided me with some insight, both in your letter and in what you said here today. Any other insight you'd like to share with the board?
In my blue packet, it said that I didn't have any support systems or anything like that, but I have a lot of support. From I know people say like cops are bad and all that stuff, but like in my hometown, there's a lot of corrections officers that I went to school with, a lot of church people from my family. Like I have a lot of support, and there's a lot of things in my blue packet that I didn't really agree with.
All right, and we didn't deal with that issue at the outset. You have received that blue packet, and do you have any corrections or concerns other than the ones you've just given us?
Not really.
Mhm.
I can't really remember I can't
Yeah.
remember what it was, but that was like the main one. I don't want you guys to think that I don't have any support, that I'm alone, anything like that.
And I guess that's a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
in that, and you've already articulated that.
Yeah.
You can't go back to Kanab because there's some bad influences
Right.
there. And yet simultaneously, your support system is there as
There.
well. And you're going to have to sort through that. And I don't want to rethink your decision because I think it's a good one to stay away from that environment at least for a time. While
Yeah,
you sort through these issues.
I'm hoping to stay up here, honestly.
Yeah. Well, an Orange Street looks to me like a good fit for you. Now, the board probably won't mandate that, but Orange Street or something like it probably represents a good starting point for you.
Yeah.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider? All right. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Record in just a minute. All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Boris Moiseyev. Is that any,
That's good.
Moiseyev is correct?
Yes, sir.
Offender number 218823. My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, and since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do, sir.
And have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
I have, sir.
All right, I'm hoping that that we can make some headway here today. This matter has been previously put over. There's been a new conviction in connection with a federal case, and there's a federal detainer in place. You have a maximum expiration date in the Utah matters of August 20th, 2030. You've been given credit for 124 days, and your guideline date was March 8th of 2020, of course, because of the federal issue that has been delayed. I'm interested in hearing from you what's going on in your life. I mean, you've dug yourself a pretty deep hole, it seems to me, both in terms of state and federal charges. It appears to me to be clear that you've got some substance abuse issues. You also have a history of disciplinary, so a number of them have been all, I know there's one pending. Is that still pending?
Which one is it?
Let's give me to just dig down to that. You have it's ranked as BO4 unauthorized possession, which is a damaged or altered pillow. Has that been disposed of, or is that
That's
still?
been disposed of.
All right. And I'd like the record to reflect that you've had, I think, 6 previous ones, but the last one of those was 2021. And that was, you had to, and of the 6 of those, 2 of those were assault. And otherwise it's unauthorized possession of property or tattooing. So you've had my list of where I think we stand. I'm really interested in hearing from you. What's going to happen next in your life? And how you see the substance abuse issues and what you, what's going to happen in terms of your federal incarceration and if and when you're paroled to the state of Utah, what your plans are for that.
Absolutely, sir. So, I mean, let me just start by, agreeing with you that I did in fact dig a pretty deep hole for myself. In terms of my federal case alone, that was a 15-year mandatory minimum that I was facing initially when charged. It broke me down. It really took me down places I never thought imaginable. I mean, I was facing the fact that I may not see my mom alive again. I was facing a lot of different facts that I just was not, aware of, or how do I put it? Just wasn't living with the fact that that's a reality. This has made me face a lot of different things. Things like, how precious our time really is with our loved ones, and really just making most of ourselves in terms of our communities and other relationships in our lives. So on my way back up, this really broke me down. As I say, my road back has been all about rebuilding my state of mind and becoming more aware of, or bringing forth awareness towards things that matter most. My family is everything to me. Living the best life possible and being a contributing member of society really matters to me. When I was young, I started a business at 22. I had a very successful website company. There's a letter from my best friend and my business partner at the time, Ashley, and she reflects on a lot of the successes that we've had. And so my life has been that first and foremost. What I'm going through right now has been something that's new to me. When the economy crashed in 2008, I lost all my business. I took a really big hit. I took it personal. I took it to heart. I allowed it to take me down, and I was starting to make choices that just were not good for me. I got involved with drugs and that whole scene, and this is where it's led to. For the last 3.5 years, I've been rebuilding myself. I've been always in contact with my family, always in contact with Ashley, who still has 2 successful businesses out there. One of them is still our website business that we have. She's hung on to some clients, and it is a thing that's really going for her. My plans are to get out and do that. I want to be with my family. I want to continue the business that we have. I want to get a job. I want to be a productive member. In terms of drugs and use like that, it has been an issue for me. But I have faced a few years of sobriety at this point. I've done classes, I've done programs, and I don't. At this point, it's not as big of an issue for me as it was before. I personally have built myself and my personal power to say no when drugs attempt to reintroduce themselves into my life.
Mhm.
I feel I'm more powerful with that than I ever been. In terms of my federal situation, so right now I've been sentenced to 60 months. I've been given credit. That credit reflects that I've in fact done most of my time while being down and fighting this. My release date from federal custody to federal probation is October 29th of this month.
Mhm.
So then I have 36 months of federal probation after that. If I'm given parole and federal probation at the same time, I feel like I can do it. I feel like I'm ready for that. Whatever I need to do in terms of classes, treatments, and things like that, I'm going to work with my parole probation officers. I'm going to make sure that I'm doing everything I possibly can in order to continue moving forward as a positive member of society, not somebody who takes and somebody who hurts people.
Well, as a practical matter, it's not, you're never going to be able to be supervised by both the state and the feds. I mean, it's just that's the reality here. And it looks to me like right now, since there's a federal detainer in place, that you will be on supervised release to the feds when you're eligible to do that. At some stage, you may or may not be, that period of supervised release to the feds may expire. You may complete it. Now, I take you at your word that you have it in you to successfully complete a period of supervised release. You may or may not then be reverted to the state to complete a parole and we have you till 2030. But it shouldn't be, I mean, as a practical matter, from your point of view, it looks to me like, you're over your guidelines here. You completed a bunch of programs. And I don't have a list of things you've done while you were in federal custody, but it appears to me that you have a level of motivation that is consistent with your ability to successfully complete a supervised release and parole. I guess from the bottom end is, it's not totally clear to me what the feds will do, but assuming they take you, that you will then be on supervised release with them, and the board can make a determination of whether there's any additional supervision be required at the end of that period of time. I would anticipate that the board would pick a date and release you on parole to the federal detainer, as a practical matter. And I don't know when they'll say that, but the reality is, you are over your release date, or your guideline date here, and you're at your eligibility for a supervised release in federal government. So I would anticipate that you're shortly going to be given an opportunity to put your money where your mouth is, as they say. Where do you intend to live?
I intend to live with my mom.
And where's that?
It's in Holiday, Salt Lake City.
And do you have any specific ideas about substance abuse treatment and or other treatment?
So I know, I'm aware of some programs out there, and I'm really looking to work with my federal probation officer in terms of what they're going to suggest. So upon release, I have to go through an assessment. They're gonna, take a look and see what they feel I need, and I think that's what I'm gonna do right there.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of follow what program, not kind of, but follow the program that they set forth and what they feel is necessary.
What do you think about, what is your, can you assess for me what your, the nature of your substance abuse issues are?
This whole thing began, as I said, it had to do with the economic failure and my business not being ready to, accommodate for that kind of failure, and I lost everything. And so for me, it was, I in my mind, I had a vision of how my life was going to go. When that broke, I didn't have a contingency plan. I didn't know what it was going to feel like to fail at an ultimate level at that point.
Mhm.
And when that hit me, I almost want to say I was making choices I never saw myself making.
Mm-hmm.
And so that right there in my life has been the most dangerous, and I didn't even know at the time, but that would have been the most the biggest threat in terms of derailing me and having me go on using substances.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I have felt that and have gone through that, I know that you have to get up. We're all going to get knocked down, and it's all about getting up.
Mm-hmm.
And so my relationship with failure has transformed. It is no longer catastrophic. Oh my God, what am I going to do with my life? I don't know. Everything I thought, is going to happen is not happening. I'm done. Now it's okay. That's a temporary failure. What can I do to change my plan? What can I do to make adjustments in my life? And how can I go moving forward and still get to the goal that I'm after? My goal setting has increased tenfold. And the biggest thing is, like I said, is dealing with failures in life. That's been the biggest threat to me having to introduce substances into my life to compensate.
All right, and I think that you have, looking at your state record, you have a couple of controlled substances convictions, which makes sense given your decompensation after personal reverses. You have issuing a bad check charge, which I guess is part of an economic problem, maybe to subsidize the drug habit. But then you have a failure to stop, an assault, and another failure to stop, and a second assault that concern me as well. Because I guess I understand the notion that one may, in the face of economic reversals, one may resort to the use of controlled substances or other bad coping mechanism. At the same time, not everybody gets involved in assault on a peace officer and fleeing. And you got 4 charges related to that. What do you have an explanation for that chunk of your behavior?
I can share with you what happened. So, you know, I was at the, I would say, peak of my drug use. And I didn't just use the substance. I went all the way into the lifestyle, if that makes sense. I began to spend time with people that are not most productive to, you know, being a productive member of society. They weren't really, it's not really about being friends or, you know, being good citizens. It was about drug use and survival on the streets. And as a product of that, I just made a stupid choice of fleeing. I didn't want to pull over, and I just thought the thing to do at the time was to flee. And that's another thing that I've also been working on within myself, is being compliant with law enforcement. Yeah, totally. And at the beginning of my life, when I first got my driver's license and I began to be an adult, I didn't have an issue with law enforcement. You know, I stopped when I saw lights behind me. I paid my speeding ticket and so on and so forth. The choices that I made to flee, I definitely are correlated with the drug use. However, there is some degree of separation. I was on a run, and my mindset was running away from things and not doing everything I can not to return to being a regular member of society. I really felt like I was finished with society as a whole. And I just was not prepared to deal with being locked up. And so I made really, really, really stupid choice of using a vehicle to flee.
Yeah.
I can't do that anymore, and I know that. Part of being a productive member of society, or part of having my life work for me, and part of having my mom's life being the best life that she could possibly live with the time that she has left, that involves me following the rules of society. Following the rules of society means following the law and being compliant with law enforcement.
What's your conviction in federal court? What's the title of it?
Possession of a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime.
And what period of time was it? When did that offense occur?
2019.
How much time did you spend in federal prison?
I've been in federal custody since 2021, March 2021.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
Yes, sir. I pray and hope for immediate release. My mom at the time currently is in the hospital on the oxygen tank.
And is that here?
Yeah, it's in Salt Lake. She just had surgery, and she's not well enough to leave the hospital. And so I'm really concerned, and my family needs me. I'm the only child. We immigrated from USSR in 1989. It was just me, my mom, my aunt, my dad, and my grandma. I have my dad, my mom, and my aunt left. I'm the only thing they've got, and they need me out there right now.
Yeah.
I just pray for immediate release.
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, you're over your guidelines. There's a federal detainer in place. There's not a thing either one of us can do about that. You're undoubtedly going to revert to custody, to federal custody. I'm hoping that you're in a position where, I mean, I look at your offense, the conviction, and you got a number of them there, but nothing really since 19, where you had that attempted failure to stop and the federal charge. So you're 5 years away from your last offense. And of course, that's been easy because you've been in custody most of that time. But you've gone some distance towards convincing me that you have it in you to have a successful supervised release on federal and a possible parole to follow it if that's what goes on. I mean, there is that possibility that the feds will release their detainer, in which case you'd be released on parole. I don't know what the board is going to do, but I will tell you, I think we're at the stage where we're going to see what happens when you get an opportunity to show that you can follow through and stay away from controlled substances and other attendant bad behavior, with or without federal or state supervision.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you
All
so
right.
much for the opportunity.
With that, you'll be hearing from us in writing, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation and original hearing on Carlos Arturo Olmedo, 163540. Is that you?
Yes.
And my name is Bradley Rich, member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today. And I will be, since I'll be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information that that's relevant to this hearing?
Yes.
And do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns?
I said no, sir.
Speak up a little bit. I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing from you. Would you repeat that?
Yeah, like I have a hard time talking because I cannot move my right side of the face.
Okay.
Like yeah, like I got like something going on for like 3 weeks, so I can talk very well.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you don't have any idea what that is. Have you seen a doctor about it?
Oh yeah, like they told me it was Bell's palsy.
Uh-huh. What about the report itself? Do you have any corrections or concerns to that?
No, sir.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand, and I want to hear from you, both in response to the issues that I'm about to raise for you, and then anything else you think that the board ought to consider. I have some concerns because I think you've got substance abuse and possible mental health issues. You've had, and you have previously admitted, there are 5 allegations, 3 of which, allegations 1, 2, and 5, you have admitted. 3 and 4 have been, you pled no contest to. Your parole has been previously revoked. So we're now at the, and there's a couple of new convictions, both Class A misdemeanors. So your probation has been revoked, and I will affirm that. My question to you is, do you have any objections or changes to the previously entered parole violation allegations?
No, Your Honor.
What about the issues that I just raised on substance abuse and possible mental health issues? How do you see those?
I do need help.
Like, what kind of help do you think you need?
I mean, like while I was out there, I was going to mental health classes and then see counselor, and then I was starting a drug program too, and we were human services.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think that that you what do you is your drug of choice?
Methamphetamines
Hmm. And how long have you been using methamphetamines?
for like 20 years off and on.
Mm-hmm. How many treatment programs have you been involved in?
What was that?
How many treatment programs have you been in over the years?
Like two, three.
Hmm. Why do you think you've been unable to get clear of controlled substances?
Uh, Yes, while I was going to treatment, like my therapist told me, my antisocial behavior and me trying to like hang around with some girls that are doing drugs and me trying to fit in uh leads me to start using as coping and to some with someone and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like kind of like the main concern.
Yeah, what about, according to Weber Human Services, you've been diagnosed as having PTSD and bipolar. Is that, do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I've been like outside, like in treatment, have told me stuff like that, and I'm on a couple other stuff.
Are you on any medications right now?
No, I'm not.
Have you done psychotropic medications in the past?
Yes, I have.
What have you taken in the past?
Oh, I don't remember the name of them. The last times I was in Weaver Human Services, the names are even hard to pronounce.
Mhm.
Can't
So,
remember.
and did they, whatever they were, did you think that they helped you?
They were like, I mean, I was usually like when I was searching, like one at a time, I talked to my therapist about it, how I've been feeling and whatnot, and then how things were changing. So, I mean, the last medication that I was taking, I was not taking it for too long to like know all the pros and cons of it.
Mm-hmm. Why weren't you able to complete your parole? You had two paroles. Why haven't you been able to complete a parole?
This last time was drugs, and got pulled over and riding my bicycle, and I had drugs on me.
Mhm.
And then I'm back because of it.
What about, do you have any, I guess I'm hoping that, that I can get some sense from you of, that you have potential to succeed at your third parole. How do you think the third parole will go differently than the prior two?
Okay. I mean, it is a little hard to say for certain, but intentions are there. I mean, I am tired, you know what I mean? It's like something small, like a misdemeanor, is giving me almost a year. I don't want to do that. I don't want to like keep coming back for like what I might believe is a stupid mistake, which is not stupid. It's just redundant. Is like keep doing the same things, So I need to like literally like my biggest problem is like get better friends and stop doing drugs, and then I think like the rest will follow.
Mhm. What about, I show a pending disciplinary from May of fighting and assault. What's the status of that?
Oh, like when I talk to, you know, the guards here, they just give me like 2 weeks probation, like see how I did, if I did well or not, and then if I didn't do well, I was gonna go like 2 weeks lockdown, which I never did. What happened was that I kind of yelled at my cellie, and he got scared, and then he like asked to be moved out of the cell. I mean. I get episodes, and then he got me upset, and I yell at him, and then he got more scared. I mean, I told him I was not gonna harm him, and then but he got scared, and then he got moved. And then the guards, they talked to me like they they believe what I had to say was the truth compared to what he had to say. And then they say that okay, like we'll see what happens if you behave from now on. You know, we don't have to do anything about it. But if you do, you're gonna get repercussions for it. And I've been behaving and trying to not like blow up on people or you know in any way. I've been trying to be respectful with the staff and the community in here.
Mhm. Have you, what programming are you doing right now?
But like this, like they told me to do a program, but the program they asked me to do, they don't have here.
Hmm. So you're not doing it, are you not doing any programming?
No, at the moment.
Okay,
There's hardly anything in here.
yeah. What about, you completed the HOPE program some time ago. That was in 2019. Have you had any serious drug treatment since?
Like every time I started one, like I got arrested, so I have not been able to complete them. Like the first time in 22, I was going to treatment, and then I was doing well, but I got pulled over, and then they have APP and dog to my house, and they found a knife inside a backpack of mine. So I got arrested, and I did 14 months for that. Then then I got out this last time. I was doing mental health, and then I started my drug program, and then I got arrested before
Mhm.
like anything.
Yeah. Well, you had a guy, I appreciate the fact that you know, where you're housed, you may or may not have any programming available, and what you only had one disciplinary, and you've explained that. I'm hoping you can, A, get into a program, and B, get stay out of trouble in the meantime. What about, yeah, you got any additional, plans for when you're released? Are you
I mean,
thinking?
the plan says I probably like will end up at the halfway house in Ogden. Then
Mhm.
if I do, I can probably go back to my old job. Like since I talked to like one of the managers there through
What was your old job?
it's called Wells Fargo, who
Mhm.
we build like utility trailers.
Mhm.
And then I was doing pretty well there, and then they like me. I mean, I like to work hard, so they're willing to hire me again. Then if that's so, like I know I can go back to Beaver Human Services for my treatment, you know, mental health and drugs.
All right, well, you've got a guideline of November 9th, 1 month away. For a violation of a second parole, the parole violation cap is up to 180 days, 6 months in addition to that. So at some stage, you're gonna obviously get a third opportunity at parole, and what you're proposing seems to make sense to me. That is to say, halfway house, Weaver Human Services, deal with your problem. Anything else we ought to be discussing?
No, not really, sir.
Are you in a position to, do you have any outstanding restitution? I don't think so.
No, like I mean, I owe like about $700. I know that. I got a paper here since I've been here, and then
And what was that for, do you know?
uh you have to do with APP stuff, and then like I know I shouldn't owe that much, but when I go to the back to the halfway house, while I was there, when I move out, they said that I own some money, but I was working there where in the halfway house, so I was supposed to pay my stay. So we were in the process of figuring that out. So maybe I own like half of the $700. But like I can figure that out when I'm in the halfway house.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. No reason that the board should try to pick a number there when you need to, sounds like that's halfway house costs and supervision fees.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, like I said, like I can figure it out. Like if I go back there and then if anything, the most I owe is $700.
Mhm. Well, you got an aggravated burglar on your record with 100 years. Expiration date is 21/12, a date and a failure to register, and then consecutive misdemeanors taking you out to 21/13, a date that none of us are going to see. So you need to successfully complete a parole.
I do.
Do you think you can do that?
I'm gonna give it my best.
All right. All right, anything else you think the board ought to consider?
No, sir.
All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on Jesus Santos Gamez, 209798. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
And my name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, making a report, and you'll receive notice in writing once the board has arrived at a decision. If you have family who have access to the board's website, they may be able to find that decision out earlier. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
I received my blue packet. I didn't know that I was going to be seeing you guys today.
All right. And you're entitled to 7 days' notice, and we can continue it for that purpose. Are you prepared to waive that time and go ahead today?
Yeah, I am.
Do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns about the material contained in that blue packet?
No, I don't.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from you, both in response to my list of issues and in anything else you think the board ought to consider. This is an original hearing. You are here, you are confined on 2 third-degree felonies, both for possession of a controlled substance, and you have a maximum expiration date of April of 2029. You have guidelines of 9 months. Which would put you out in January 14th of 2025. You have a credit for time served. You've never been paroled before. I have concerns about possible substance abuse issues, and I'm interested in hearing how you view your gang involvement. And then I want to know what your plans are on release, if you're released on parole. So go ahead.
Okay, so my game involvement, I'm not involved in any games. I'm not into that lifestyle anymore. I haven't been for a while.
How long ago were you involved in gang activity?
It's been at least 4 or 5 years.
And what gang was that?
It was a Southside game.
Hmm.
Um,
Has that caused you any trouble leaving the gang?
no. I was able to just keep on my own and not be involved in any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I've been trying to do my programming and trying to stay away from that kind of crowd.
Yeah. You're in the MRT program. What program are you currently doing?
I'm doing MRT and Inside Out Dad.
And how is that going?
I believe it's going pretty good. I've never took an MRT before, so it's kind of like a refreshing thing that I didn't know how to use. And so right now I'm on step 9 of it.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I'm also on Inside Out Dad, which helps me be a better parent.
So what do you think that the lessons that you're learning in the MRT?
Well, so on one of the steps it says, like, it has me go back on what I've done and what I could have done different. And so I try not to think about the past as much, but I try to just keep it in mind. That way I don't have to repeat the same mistakes again. And so that's one of the main things that has helped me, is that, you know what I mean, not to make those same mistakes, because I've been making the same mistakes for a long time, thinking that it would be a different result. But
Why do you think that is?
to be honest, I just don't think I really put much effort to it. Like, I wanted to change, but I really didn't put a lot of effort to it. I wasn't fully committed as I am now.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I'm preparing myself now. I'm not waiting till later to do this. I need to do it now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I've been doing the best I can at MRT and whatever classes I've been taking.
Yeah. How do you see the substance abuse issues?
Well, I know I have a problem. Um, that's for sure. For a while, I denied it. I thought I had it in control,
Yeah.
but I don't.
One of your two possession charges is for methamphetamine residue in drug paraphernalia. The other is positive for meth in the county
Yeah.
jail. Is your problem with controlled substances limited to methamphetamines?
That's. I don't want to say that's my only issue, but that's. I mean, that is my main issue. I don't use anything else. I
Mhm.
don't drink. I don't smoke. You know what I mean? So I don't want to minimize it and say that it's not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal because it's what led me up to where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
And
So when you say you got some other issues, what are those other issues?
um, well, that's what I mean is like I don't want to minimize it. I don't have other issues. I don't smoke. I don't drink. The most that I've done is vape.
Yeah.
But I like that's what I said. I don't want to minimize it and make it seem like meth is the only issue that I have
Yeah.
that I can't control. You know what I mean? I thought I could, but I can't.
Yeah. What about your release plans? You got a place to go? You got a job
do.
lined up? You thinking about anything particular in therapy?
I do. So my address I have it back at my mom's.
Mhm.
Um, the main reason why I have it at my mom's is because she's really strict with me and she's a big support to me. And
Where is that?
it's
Where
in
is that?
Hiram.
Pardon?
Hiram.
Uh-huh.
The address is 350 South Rosewood Drive.
And you got a therapy and or a job in mind?
So for therapy, before I got incarcerated, I was going to Clear Recovery, which is located in Logan.
Mhm.
I've taken several steps with them, and I've failed, but I've been able to go back, and
Mhm.
so I'm planning on going back, whether it's a recommendation or not.
Yeah.
That's something that I want to do. I feel like I got a pretty good handle on my substance abuse, because I feel like I'm in the right track, but I don't want to just lean on that. I want to be able to go to my rehab. That way I can stay that way.
Mhm.
Yeah, and for my job, I was working at PSSI, which is now JBS.
Uh-huh.
And so
What do you do there?
so we I work as a sanitize crew. So I
Uh-huh.
sanitize, they come in and they cut the meat and we clean it off and get it ready for them to do it again the next day. So I was working there for a while and then I got incarcerated, but they're still willing to work with me.
Mhm.
So
Are you in a position where you think you got any mental health issues?
I don't think so. I don't think I have any, mental health issues.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the has been the problem so far? Why haven't you been able to stay clear of drugs? Do you have any clear insight into that?
Well, for one, a big part of it was that I thought I had control of it. I
Mhm.
thought if I had a job and I was able to take care of my family and all that goes with it and still maintain my use, I would be okay. But you know what I mean? It doesn't work out. I've tried it multiple times and it never works out. That's one of the reasons. And another reason is I'm really hard on myself on my past mistakes and on the people I've hurt because of my mistakes.
Mhm.
And the fastest way for me to not feel anything is to use. And so I've been having to face the music, how people say, and just deal with it because one way or another it's gonna come out how I feel.
Mhm.
And so I know.
Now,
Excuse me.
so what are you going to do next time? I mean, I understand that cycle. You're hard on yourself. You've used drugs. Um, what are you going to do differently the next time?
Well, a lot of the times I held it in how I felt and whatnot. I didn't really, not that I didn't trust anybody, but I just felt like it was all me that needed to take care of it. And so I need to open up to people, and I need to have my trust, just how I have my support system. I need to have my trust circle where I can trust them and talk to them, and they can lead me on the right path instead of not going to anybody and just doing what I think is best, which is not.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else that you think that the board ought to consider?
Um, I I appreciate that you guys are giving me a chance to even speak on what's going on with me. I wasn't too happy about going to prison, but going to prison, I realized what I don't want to be and where I don't want to end up.
Mhm.
And I see now what I need to do in order to stay away from prison or jail and whatnot.
How many times have you been on probation? Do you have any idea what the count is?
Not exactly, but I can tell you it's been a good amount of times.
Yeah, I tried to get a count on, and they're all minor.
Hmm.
But you're really in a position where you've been supervised over and over and over again, and haven't been able to get clear of your problems. How is a parole going to be any different?
Well, so and all the other times that I've gotten in trouble, I've always tried doing probation, but not really. I would rather do the time.
Mhm.
But on these two felonies that I received, I asked for probation because I finally realized that I can't do it by myself. That I need some kind of discipline,
Mhm.
and that's one of the main things that I realized is that back then I wasn't cooperating. Back then I wasn't really interested in cooperating with probation or parole. I just wanted to do my thing, and I didn't want to answer to nobody because I thought I could do it by myself. But now I realize that I can't do it by myself. I wish I could, but I can't. So I need some kind of discipline. I need some kind of structure to help me stay on that path. I feel like I'm on the right path, but I know that if I go out there by myself without probation or parole or anything that can supervise me, I'm gonna end up failing.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
don't want that.
yeah, you've got a positive attitude, and I like that. You're really in a position where I think you've identified the issues that you've got to conquer. Is there anything else that you think that the board ought to consider in making a decision?
No, I believe that that's everything. Like I said, I appreciate you guys.
Well, good. Are you, I think I told you earlier, you'll be hearing from us in writing. I endeavor to get the report out quite quickly, and you should be hearing shortly. You're quite close to your guideline date. And so long as you stay out of trouble, I think you're going to be given an opportunity on parole in the not too distant future, and then you're in a position where it's up to you. Think you can succeed at it?
I'm pretty sure. I'm positive about it.
All right. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, bye.
Uh,
Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Ulysses Jonathan Chavez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you go by Ulysses or Jonathan?
Ulysses.
Ulysses?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Offender number 256089.
Yes.
Okay. Today is set for your original hearing. And we'll acknowledge that you have several family members in the audience today. Also, these hearings are open to the public and live streamed as well. I'm not aware of anybody online, but potentially they could be signed in.
Okay.
So what we're going to cover today is the offenses that brought you here. We also want to talk about how you've been doing in prison since then, and then talk about potential plans for release, okay?
Okay.
If you have questions as we go along, feel free to ask.
Thank you.
All right, do you feel ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure, your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, so we disclose the information that is in our file that we may be considering so that you can respond to that or make any corrections. Did you have any questions or concerns about your disclosure?
No, no corrections. Everything seemed spot on
Okay,
and right.
okay. All right. So just a little bit of history here. When there's a loss of life, the board sets the hearing date. So they vote on it, they choose the date. So the board looked at your file and set now as the date for your hearing, which is a few months under the guideline.
Okay.
Okay. So your guideline is 37 months, which is February of 2025. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're here for case 221900167, automobile homicide and DUI with serious bodily injury. The sentences for those are running concurrently or at the same time. So essentially, it's a 1 to 15-year sentence.
Yes.
Okay, so that all agrees with what you understood. And you have 253 days of credit for time served. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So let's go back a little bit before. I mean, what's the situation between you and the other people that were in the car?
So their names was Juan and Adan, and
Mhm.
Adan is the victim that
Mhm.
passed away. And they were my friends, you know.
Yeah.
And ever since then, with the other victim, Juan, I haven't had any sorts of type of contact, or haven't heard really anything about him. But yeah.
Okay. So on that particular day,
Mm.
like where were you headed or what was the plan?
So I believe it was a Tuesday, and we were just messaging each other back and forth on a Snapchat group chat,
Mhm.
and we all decided to meet up at Juan's house, which was in Willard. And at that time, I was living in Cache Valley in Logan, and so I ended up heading up there, and we were just watching like a couple football games, and then we decided to go out to the bar. And so we all go out to the bar, and I decided to have a little too many drinks. I started
Mhm.
drinking way too much. And by the end of the night, all of us had to go home because all of us had work.
Mhm.
And so me with my impulsive decisions, I really didn't think on what I was doing, on bringing these people into my car, and what damage and what consequences could have came with the decisions that I was making that night. And so I started driving home. Last thing I could really remember is just trying to get on the freeway, and then after that, just waking up. And then I seen that my car was crashed, and I tried waking everybody up, and Juan, he ended up waking up, but I seen that Adon wasn't waking up, and by that time, I decided to get help, and we were by like a local Walmart,
Mhm.
and I just ran to the Walmart and asked for help, and that's when the first responders and 911 ended up coming by.
Okay. And at what point did you realize he'd passed away?
When I started uh, hitting his chest, and I
Mhm.
seen that he wasn't waking up, and I really wanted to do anything I could have I could have done to help him, like whether it would have been like CPR or anything, you know. But I really, at that time, I was just so shocked with everything that was going on, and I just didn't know what to do.
Okay. And so looks like your BAC was 0.13.
Yes,
That sounds right.
yes.
Okay. Have you had contact with either of their families since then?
No, sir.
All right.
No.
If you could say something to their families today, what would you say?
That I'm sorry for what my decisions have done, and how my decisions have impacted their lives forever, you know, and that I'm sorry for what I've done and for what I've committed, and I know that their lives aren't going to be the same for the rest of their lives, and they're not going to be able to see their son or their brother or their cousins or anything, have him see to live up to his full potential, and that I'm sorry.
So as far as restitution, so we don't determine that or collect that, but it looks like there was a lot between insurance companies
Yes.
and everything. Okay. Is there anything else that you want us to know about that day?
um I think I've just pretty much covered everything about that day and the whole incident and accident. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move forward to your time in prison. How do you think you've done?
Well, my time in prison, since because I'm currently housed in Garfield County right now,
Mhm.
but the first year and a half that I've been here in prison, like I've tried to get into classes, but I've had my minor hiccups
Mhm.
while I've been in prison. I've caught I believe like 2 write-ups in prison, and but my time in Garfield, that's where I've been learning and recovering and learning more about my addiction
Mhm.
and the choices that I've made. And
Mhm.
with the courses that I've been taking in Garfield, it's really been improving me a lot as a person, as a father, as a son, and as a boyfriend too.
Mhm.
And I've been trying to use every tools and every skills that I've learned, and try to apply them to day-to-day life
Mhm.
while I've been incarcerated, and hopefully I can apply those skills too while if released on parole. But I've tried to be good. I've tried to stay on the right path, and just continue doing good, and so yeah.
Okay. So you said learning about your addiction. What did you learn?
Well, I've learned that um so I really didn't know I really had an addiction until I started reading, and then teaching me certain things that how some decisions that I make, how they can impact myself, my families, my
Mhm.
kids, and particularly in the class MRT,
Mhm.
that made me bring out a lot in me that I really didn't know that I had problems,
Mhm.
and that class really made me recognize like the person that I was, the addiction that I had,
Mhm.
and who I can become. as a as a as a person.
Okay. And you talked about tools,
Mhm.
and you said you apply those now.
Mhm.
How do you apply those in prison?
Well, there's certain situations that you can like really fall in.
Mhm.
If it's like whether if it's with other individuals, or whether if it's like drugs that come your way, there's certain skills that teach you how to, on your thinking behavior, and how to get you out of those type of situations.
Mhm.
And yeah.
Okay. And then you said you think you can apply those
Mhm.
if you're out on parole.
Mhm.
Can you give me an example of what you would do?
So like I come from like a Hispanic heritage, you know, and like within Hispanic heritage, there's a lot of alcohol involved, you know, in certain events. So if I were to say like if it was like a birthday party or or a wedding, then and if there was like alcohol present, like I would think about my choices before I would act on them, you know, like, and would say like and just avoiding those type of risk factors that can potentially have me like reoffending again, you know.
Mhm. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. So I don't think you mean avoiding the family
Mhm.
party, but
Mhm.
you know, how would you deal with it, or what choices would you make there?
I would just I would just avoid it as much as
Mhm.
as much of the alcohol beverages or the alcohol in general, and just um think of other ways to enjoy the event,
Mhm.
or think of other things to do in the event,
Mhm.
instead of being around people that are consuming, or
Okay.
or wherever the risks are at, you know.
Okay. All right. Well, um, I notice you have completed a number of programs, you know, including Garfield, and your education, working hard on that. So it seems like you've worked hard to be productive while you're here.
Yes, sir.
And I commend you for completing those programs. That takes a lot of work.
Yes, sir.
Um, you said you had some hiccups. It looks like a little more than 2 write-ups.
Yes.
Uh, they're B level, so they're less serious. We're talking about things like an MP3 player, tattooing,
Mhm.
stuff like that. But tell me, you know, what happened with those hiccups?
So I'll start from the very last one, which was in Garfield.
Mhm.
I ended up having some pornographic content,
Mhm.
and I knew it was something that I shouldn't have had or have had in my possession.
Mhm.
But I ended up taking accountability for it. I ended up taking uh, some violations in our program for it. I ended up doing some community service, writing a full page essay. But I think the thing that affected me most was like how I was an upper leadership,
Mhm.
affecting my community members and letting my community members down for having something like that in my possession when it's something I shouldn't have not had. And it took effect on me because I felt like I really let my community members down when I ended up getting that write up.
Mhm.
And I believe the other one in Garfield County, uh, so there was an iron to iron clothes in the section,
Mhm.
but it wasn't really used for ironing clothes. It was more used for making food, cooking food, you know. And I decided to make something out of it when I knew I shouldn't have done it. When I knew it was used for something else, but me not thinking correctly, I ended up taking the iron into my cell. I ended up cooking something, and I ended up burning something, which set the alarm off in I believe in the bubble.
Mhm.
And they ended up coming in and they have asked me what was going on, and I told them, oh, I was using the iron to make food, and I didn't know that the cell was smoking up like that for the fire alarm to go off. And I ended up taking accountability for that too. I was in pre-programming, and I asked the COs what I could have done, you know, after the write-up, and they just told me, if you want, you can just come out to the cell, come out of your cell, and just clean the day room. And I did that. I took accountability. Um, I believe the other one was for an out of bounds. And in Garfield, I did, there was a thing in pre-programming that you couldn't go into each other's cells, and I don't know what I was thinking. I ended up going into someone's cell and just talking to them for quite a minute. And when they ended up doing a walkthrough is when the CO found me in someone else's cell and told me to come out. And so I came out, and I already knew I was going to get written up, but it's something that I should have thought about before. I should have known it was a rule, and should have not done it, and should probably just avoided that whole situation just by talking to him in out of the cell. Um, I took accountability for that too. Um, I believe the other one was it was a tattooing, a tattoo mortar, tattoo needles, and I believe some ink too. Um, it's something that I've known that it really is prohibited for things like that to go on into the prison. But I thought I could probably make like a little money, a little side hustle by doing it. And it's something that I should have thought about, that I knew it was a rule, a serious rule, that I shouldn't have done it. But I ended up getting caught, and I try to learn from that mistake to not participate or not to be around any type of things where it would have to do with tattooing. Um, and I believe the other one is a pornographic photo, and well, I had in the prison. It was a picture. Um, it's something that I shouldn't have had in my possession. It was when I was coming in, and I thought it would be decent or cool of me to just have, which it wasn't. It's something that I shouldn't even have had in my possession, and just by those write-ups, like I've tried to stay on a good path and on a good behavior, and I've been trying since this day just to avoid anything that can get me into any problems, anything that can get me fired from my job that I have in Garfield County, and yeah, yes,
Okay. Can I give you some feedback?
yes.
I mean, as we talk about the DUI as well as these discipline violations, every time you say, well, I didn't think at the moment, but
Mhm.
then later you regret the consequences, and you actually seem like a pretty good guy trying to fix it, you know, like, oh, what can I do? But it seems like at that moment, thinking through the decision is a key for you.
Yes.
Is that something you've talked about in treatment?
It's something that I try to talk about. There's a lot of things that I feel like that I have going on wrong in me, but it's kind of hard for me to open up because I'm not really that type of person that really likes
Yeah, it's hard.
to open up to people. But little by little, you know, I'm learning how to and when to speak up and when to say things that are when things are going on
Okay.
around me. Yeah.
Well, let me summarize your prison time. Yeah, as you say, there have been some hiccups.
Mm.
You know, they weren't major, they're not violent, they're not those gang kind of problems. So I recognize that. You've also done good things while you've been here. You've taken some hard programs. You have several successful completions. You've worked on your education. You have been employed while you're here. Housing staff has a good recommendation for you. There's some time as a mentor. So there have been some positive things as well. Okay. Does that fit with what you feel like you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How's your mental health?
Um, as of right now, good,
Okay.
good.
All right, good. And there are assessments that they do.
Mhm.
One of those is the LSR&R. Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Can't
No.
recall. Okay. Your case manager would be doing these things,
Mhm.
and your score is moderate, which is actually down 19%. So that's a good thing that it's down really in the last year. So that's an improvement. Most of those areas are listed as low risk for you, which is also a good thing. But you're saying you haven't seen that assessment?
I can't recall. No.
Okay.
I don't know if it was the one that he did a couple weeks before the board. I'm not sure.
It looks like 9/11. So that's about a month ago.
Okay, then I think I know which one
Okay.
it is.
Okay. And your case manager also puts together a case action plan that has some goals on it. And some of those we've already covered, like the GED, MRT, and some of the other classes. Did you see that case action plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you agree with it?
Yes.
Okay. And alcohol and drugs was number one on that. So again, you've been working on those goals and completing them. So that's a good thing.
Yes.
Anything else that you think we should know about your time in prison?
Um. At the beginning, it was a struggle coming in, because but throughout this time, like I've learned, and it's been hard because I had to leave a family at home with some kids. But I've learned a lot about myself. I feel like I've gained a lot of new things about myself and found out uh, a lot within inside of me, and um, it's it's getting easier, with everything that I've done, with all the classes that I've taken. Um, but it's been rough. But I feel like as time goes by, things will just get easier and better,
Okay.
you know.
How confident are you that you won't get another write-up?
Um, Pretty confident. The job that I hold in Garfield County, which is out in the car wash,
Mhm.
like I really like that job, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize it
Okay.
for something little or for a write up, So I'm pretty confident for my time that I probably won't catch another one.
Okay. Okay. Well, I wish you luck on that. I believe that you can do that. Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Let's talk about potential plans for release. So you wrote some things down on there. Still with your parents?
If parole, yes, yes,
Okay.
with my parents.
All right. And as far as employment in the warehouse,
Yes.
do you have a connection there?
Uh, yes. So I used to work there previously, and I met a couple people that are up in HR
Mhm.
that would help me get in there pretty quick,
Okay.
pretty fast.
All right. And as far as follow-up treatment, what do you think you need?
I would like to probably take in AA, NAs, you know,
Mhm.
some behavior therapy or even therapy too.
Okay.
Anything that anything that would help me and just keep me on a straight path.
Okay. All right. And where do you see yourself in 5 years?
5 years,
Yeah.
if paroled, with a house, with
Okay.
my 3 kids, and with my girlfriend that's present.
All right.
Sober life, steady income, and having a loving family at home,
Mhm.
and um, and me just being the best version of myself, you know.
Okay. Good. Good. Um, I encourage you to work towards that goal.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so, if and when you're out, what do you think could be the thing that trips you up, that makes you slip? What do you think that could be?
Um, Probably stress.
Stress? Okay.
Stress, something that's
Mhm.
stress, anxiety. Um, Probably just those two major things.
All right.
Um, but I feel like with the support that I have at home, the
Mhm.
support that I have from my girlfriend,
Mhm.
I know that they would embrace me and encourage me and help me with their guidance, you know,
Mhm.
to fall into relapsing. Um, and I know with their help, I'll be able to overcome anything that comes my way.
Okay. And like you told me a minute ago that the job at the jail, you like it.
Yeah.
It's good for you. And that is part of your motivation to not get write-ups.
Yes.
So when you're on the outside,
Mhm.
what do you think your main motivation is that's going to keep you doing well?
My 2 sons and my daughter. They're gonna be the ones that are gonna push me to be the best version that I can and the best father to them. And they're the ones that are just gonna keep me on a straight line and me knowing it's gonna be for them and it's gonna be about them. And so knowing that is just gonna push me harder and stronger every day
Mhm.
to do the things that I need to do as a father and as a boyfriend to to not fall into any temptation or not to fall back into any relapse
Mhm.
because I haven't been able to be there for my son's lives throughout this whole prison time. They don't know who their dad is. One of my sons was born while incarcerated,
Mhm.
and my other son, he was only 3 months when I ended up getting incarcerated. So just fixing up that lost time and finding that relationship between them two is what's gonna keep me motivated and also with my daughter too.
All right. Good. Well, again, I think those are some great goals and wish you the best for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let me summarize where we are and tell you where we go next.
Okay.
So certainly these charges are serious. There was a loss of life. Your sentence is also significant, 1 to 15 years. The board can decide when to release you during that time frame. To do that, we start with the sentencing guideline, which is February for you. And then we can find aggravating or mitigating factors to go longer than the guideline or release sooner than the guideline. As far as what some of those could be are mitigators could be completing programs, good behavior in prison, things like that. Aggravators would be poor behavior in prison. Also could be parts of the crime, various things like that. And so to summarize where you are, I think overall you have some pretty good stuff from prison as far as program completion, as recommendations from correctional staff. And a lot of those things like the mentoring is important that you've been trying to do. So I think clearly you've been trying to make good use of your time. There have been a couple hiccups, generally not serious, but you need to follow the rules. You've expressed confidence that you can continue to do so. It's been a number of months since the last write-up, so I believe that you can do what you say. You have some plans for release. Seems like you've thought that through, and you certainly have some good incentives, like your family, to focus on and to help you as you go forward. Now, the board makes decisions by majority vote, so at least 3 of the 5 board members have to agree on any release decision. It'll probably be, a week and a half, 2 weeks before we can make a decision. We'll send that to you in writing. We post our decisions on our website, so your family will be able to see that decision when we make it. But as we consider that decision, is there anything else that you think would be important for us to know?
So I wrote something
Okay.
that I ended up writing, and I believe it was the pre-packet or something.
Mhm.
But I would just like to share that.
Okay,
Share
go
that
ahead.
again. So I feel like when I decided to drive while intoxicated, I never took the time to consider how my impulsive actions may have impacted everyone else around me. The most significant impact, I think, is that a life was lost due to the fact that I made a conscious decision to drive while being under the influence. It's impacted my victims along with his family because he'll never have the opportunity or chance to live up to his full potential, and his family will never have the chance to see him again. It it's never been easy for me to take full accountability for my actions, especially when I'm in the wrong. And this time it was something I had to realize on my own. With that said, I would like my victims and their families to know that I've come to the point where I truly understand just how much my actions affected their lives forever. I'm ashamed, I'm regretful for so many of my life choices, but I have learned that being ashamed isn't enough and does not change how my decisions have impacted others. I understand that I can't make changes within myself until I take responsibility and full acceptance of my crimes, addictions, and try to understand how and why I made the choices I made, then figure out how I can make changes necessary to correct my thinking and behavior. With that being said, I would like my victims and their families, as well as the Board of Pardons, to know that I did all I could to make progress to my recovery and my addiction. And to the Martinez family, I am very truly sorry for what I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Well, again, I encourage you to, keep following the rules to, as you say, the impulsive or the thinking through, but to make sure you do that, take a minute to think through decisions, and I'm sure you'll make the right one.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You guys okay? Bien. Te quiero también de
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Enrique Rodriguez, matter number 172127. Is that you? Yes, it is. All right. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. This is your first appearance before the board since returning on the warrant. Through an administrative review, the board dismissed your parole allegations 1 and 3, and they took judicial notice of a new conviction, case number 201-700-861, aggravated burglary, first-degree felony, and theft, third-degree felony. That's related to your parole allegation number 2, which states by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, burglary. Now, it initially was listed as burglary, robbery. I'll amend that to reflect aggravated burglary, which is what you were convicted of. With that, do you admit, deny, or plead no contest allegation 2?
No I'm not guilty on allegation 2.
Not guilty on allegation 2?
Yeah, I'm appealing my case right now, and
Okay. All right. Did you go to trial or did you take a plea deal on that?
I took it to trial because they wouldn't offer me a deal.
Okay. So you were found guilty by jury?
Yes.
All right. All right, and being that your new case is under appeal, I wouldn't expect you to make any statements regarding what happened that day. However, if you want to, you can provide any information you would like on that offense.
All I could really say is what I remember that day is I remember waking up that morning, my mom waking me up to let me know that her car was stolen and our house had been burglarized, and she had called the cops. And I was there while she was making a statement to the officers. And after that, I left the house to go to the mall with my fiance because it was the day after Christmas. And we went to go return gifts that didn't fit her. And I just remember my dad calling me, telling me that there was like 6 or 7 parole officers at my house searching it. And so they searched it. And then I get a call. He tells me that they're putting a board warrant out for my arrest for a burglary. You know what I mean? That's how it all went down. And after that, I was like, what evidence? You know what I mean? They didn't find nothing at my house. So I, being stupid at the time, took off and didn't, return my parole officer's calls or anything like that. And then I was arrested again on the 31st of December, a couple of days later. That's all I can remember from that time, to be honest.
All right. And how was your parole going prior to all this?
It was going difficult. My papers had been turned in to be terminated from my parole, so I only had 3 weeks left on parole at the time.
All right. Until the board receives new information from whatever occurs with the appeal process, as it stands, you've been convicted to prison on that case, which I mentioned. It has a 122-month guideline date attached to it, puts you at February of 2030, minimum 6-year sentence, potential life sentence. Somewhere within those parameters, the board will have to decide if and when you should be released. They may set this out for another hearing closer to that guideline date and review your progress within the institution. If something comes from that appeal and the board receives a new order from the court, then they can adjust based off of that. But as it stands, that's what you've been convicted of. Those are the dates and the timeframes that the board will be considering. How are things going here at the institution?
Overall, pretty good. I've been doing educational stuff. That's like one thing I would ask the board is that if anything, if they could give me a date, even if it's 6, 7 years down, that way I could still do VTs and all that, where, you know what I mean, to where it's, when it gets closer to my guidelines instead of having a rehearing, because every time that I've come to the board, I usually get rehearings for stuff like this, and I understand why they do that, but I would like to request that they don't do that this time. If my appeals case doesn't go well and I have to end up doing the time and do the whole full 122 months, if they could do that, that way I could get a couple of trades in. Right now, I've done Salt Lake Community College for the last 2 years. I've done UPEP that they've had here. So I feel like if I do all the educational that I can, it would help me for when I do get out this next time. Especially with finding a job, better jobs and stuff like that.
Now, let me go over because I don't know what the board's going to do with that allegation too. They've already took judicial notice of the conviction. Let me read the wording for you again on the allegation two.
Okay.
The wording on it's by having committed, which you're denying. You're appealing, you're saying you did not commit this offense, or, here's the other part, or by having committed a new criminal offense. So the wording on that, sometimes it says, or by having been convicted of it. So I think being that you're appealing that allegation too, I think your not guilty plea is probably appropriate in this circumstance. I'll let the board know that. They can move forward with whatever decision they feel is appropriate. They did previously take judicial notice of that new conviction, so we'll see what they want to do moving forward with that. I just wanted to make sure it was clear with you on the allegation too. The other two have already been dismissed.
Yeah.
I've noted that you're concerned with getting into what you feel would be beneficial programming classes, and that you'd like them to consider setting out a release date rather than setting out a rehearing for that purpose. I've got that noted. Any other information that you wanted to relay to the board today?
I don't have anything on top of my mind, to be honest with you, I could relate to them that they don't already know, you know what I mean? So.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you today. I'll get the information over to the board here in the next day or two. They'll review it. They'll make a decision, mail you the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you.
for a rescission hearing for Luis Rivas, offender number 253104, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
You last appeared before the board in June for a rehearing. The board granted an October 22nd, 2024 parole. On September 4th, 2024, the board received notice from the Department of Corrections, Law Enforcement Bureau that you possibly had new charges. They're going to be screening for an assault incident that occurred in December of last year. Your October 22nd, 2024 parole was rescinded. You were scheduled for today's hearing. Subsequently, the board received an update from the Law Enforcement Bureau, which indicates that you were not an active participant in the incident. You were present but didn't participate, so criminal charges will not be pursued.
Correct.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
So what I'll be doing at this point is the reason for your date being rescinded ends up being something that you weren't involved in, so I'll request that the board reinstate a parole.
Thank you.
Here's the issue that you're going to have is your release date was October 22nd. By the time the board reviews everything, makes a decision, gets an order implemented, it's likely going to push it out approximately 30 days.
Okay.
So
All right. The only problem I have with that is that I have a program, an inpatient program set up when I get out, and it was going to be start that week that I got out on the Thursday. That was my only concern, but I'll see if I can.
program are you going to?
Reflections in it's not American Fork, it's the city next to it.
Do they have a set, did you receive something from them indicating a set date that you, the
Well,
bed was going to be available for you there?
yeah, so at first I didn't have the space available because I didn't have a date, but once I received the date, I let them know and they gave me a space available for them. Yeah, that's my only concern, but
Well, it's a valid concern. If you've got programming set up and it's available on a certain date, I don't know what the board can do. They may be able to put some language in place. They'll, put a parole date in that's feasible. Like I said, generally it's about 30 days. However, they may put some note in there that if your bed becomes available at this program, that you can be released as soon as that's available to you. So I understand your concern, and it makes sense to me that if you had something set up that you'd like to attend that program on the date that was established. So I'll make sure the board's aware of that information. I think the 22nd it just may be too soon to process, but I will note everything that you said today. And,
thank you.
that's really all I have for you today.
All right.
Thank you for your time, and I'll get the information over to the board today or tomorrow. Hopefully they can make a decision really quick and get that date reinstated.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for ERYCKA Smith, offender number 252825. Is that you?
Yes.
All right. Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Do you feel ready to proceed today?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
According to the information I noted, you had a hearing back in July. You were granted a September parole date. And then the board received notice from Department of Corrections that you were not prepared to parole due to recent mental health issues. The treatment team at the prison determined it would be beneficial for you to remain incarcerated for stability and compliance. And then you also had some new disciplinary violations.
Yes.
So that was the reason why your parole date was rescinded. Do you have any comment on what was reported to the board?
No, just that they said I had hooch, but what had happened was I had some leftover vegetables and I mixed it with some farina and some El Pato hot sauce, and it didn't taste the best, so I left it sitting on my counter. And they searched my room and said it was hooch. They didn't even test it. I pled not guilty to it. I'm still waiting for the hearing thing to go through.
Okay.
And I did call somebody a name. So I admit that I am doing a lot, but I'm now in general population because I was on the mental health unit. But they got me stabilized on my medication and I'm in general population now and I'm doing good.
Okay. And the one where you called somebody a name, that was the August 5th incident for disorderly conduct?
Yes.
All right. And then the other one you say you're disputing, you haven't heard back. That was the July incident. And then there was one in September that's also pending for, it's listed as a BO7, refuse, resist, arrest, movement, or command.
They tried to do a check-in for me to stand-up count, and I refused to stand up because I wasn't feeling good. That was whenever I started taking my new medication, and I was sleeping heavy.
All right.
But I'm all good to go now. I'm doing my stand-up count. I'm taking my medication. I'm in general population now. I'm doing good.
Do you share a cell with somebody?
No.
Do you have rec time with?
Well, actually, I do share, it's not a cell. We have cell blocks.
Okay.
So I share a space with someone.
Okay. And then you're just out and about, general population with
Yeah.
everybody else, and you haven't had any issues?
No.
Taking your medication, stabilized,
Yes.
and you feel good about release. Did you get a chance, when you did have your previous parole date and the conditions associated with that, did you get a chance to review those conditions?
Just that I go to Orange Street.
You're willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will inform the board of everything that we've discussed today, that you feel like you're at a point where you're stabilized, you're back in compliance with all of the rules and regulations of the prison, that you're willing to parole and accept the conditions attached to that, and then the board can make another decision.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and
You-
conclude the hearing.
Today.
You too. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for John Oliva, offender number 105460. Is that you, sir?
Pardon me?
Oh, I'm just confirming that I'm speaking to the right person today. Are you John Oliva,
Yes.
offender number 105460?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel ready to proceed today?
I am.
Okay. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Do you need headphones to hear?
Yeah, I have trouble hearing.
Okay. All right. How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can
Okay.
hear you.
My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I'll be conducting your hearing today. You last appeared before the board in May for a rehearing after returning to prison on parole violations and new charges. The board granted a July 8th, 2025 parole contingent on sex offender treatment completion and no disciplinary violations. Subsequently, the board received a request from the Department of Corrections to extend that release date to provide sufficient time for you to complete the sex offender treatment program. It was noted that you were removed from the program for rule violations and you would not be able to complete prior to the release date. So your May 7th, 2025 parole was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing.
Yes, I did get that notice. I feel I was being neglected by SOTP. When I got there in June, I was ready then and I'm ready now for therapy. But for 3 months, it just seemed like my requests were denied. I tried talking to counselors and I couldn't mitigate or talk to any therapist because that would be against the rules. And so I wrote the board a couple of times asking for help, and it just wasn't going to happen. Finally, I went to OMR and I explained that I was not being put into treatment, and I didn't understand why. And that I had a deadline to meet by the Board of Pardons in order to complete therapy. And so they put me back on the list. And now it's been 5 months. It's been 5 months. And I got a notice yesterday that I will start therapy this Thursday. And the only reason I believe I'm being put into therapy is because of today's hearing. Because the Board of Pardons called this hearing and they finally understood that this is serious for me and that the things that I told them were true. And so
Okay, so you're due to start the program this Thursday?
this Thursday, they said I start pre-treatment
Pre-treatment.
after 5 months of waiting. And of course, I'm ready. I invite treatment. Treatment has been an important and an essential part of my life because of the recovery and the things I learned on how to lead a better life out in society. And so, but if it wasn't for this hearing today, I don't think I'd be in therapy. I'd still be waiting for something to happen. And like I said, over at Green, the rules do not allow me to complain. If I complain or mitigate with any therapists or any officers, it's automatic removal from the building. And I knew that I couldn't afford that. And so like I said, I wrote the board. I needed help. And these days, the only thing I trust is the Board of Pardons. I really can't go to anybody else. When I was charged with these violations, they were a year old, and I went and turned myself in because it was the right thing to do. And so I'm not going to deny anything that happened. I'll take full responsibility, and I will do everything I can to do the program. But here at Green, in this controlled environment, it's it's out of my control sometimes, and I can't do anything about it.
Well, it's likely that the board will maintain that previous expectation that you complete the program, whether that be they set this out for review prior to release, or they put a parole date in place. I don't know which of those options they'll do, but I anticipate they'll maintain that expectation that you complete the program.
And I will, sir. I have, I'm 100% sure I can complete it because I've done it before. 18 months here in prison, and then 8 months of aftercare, polygraph, everything. And I was ready. I was ready for the change in my life. I would also just respectfully ask the Board of Pardons if it's possible, and if, with their permission, of course, if I could finish at the halfway house. The halfway house has been very important to me because of the stabilization. They help me with my medical needs. My health hasn't been too good. It's been getting worse. And they help me with employment. They help me with a lot of things to get back into society, especially employment. They help me find employment and find an apartment, a good place to live. And the counselors work with me, especially the medical part, because I use a lot of doctors out there. And recently I've needed a lot of hospitalization, and it helps with my needs in order to function in society. So,
All right. Well, Mr. Oliva, they schedule these hearings, being that they're rescission hearings, for 10 minutes. We don't have a whole lot of time, but what I noted was your request that the board consider allowing you to complete the program at the halfway house, and the reasons behind that you've mentioned. I've got that noted here. I will present that information to the board. I will get my report over to them tomorrow, and they can deliberate and make a decision on the matter.
okay, sir.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go ahead and conclude.
I've had no behavior issues or anything, and it's disheartening.
And did you complete the substance use program? You said you were in the program.
I sure did, yes.
So you've done pre-treatment, substance use treatment, and you're working full-time?
Correct.
All right. Anything else that's been going on here at the facility?
That's about it. Just been staying busy as I can, and
Well, it is perplexing that you haven't heard anything from the sex offender treatment program. They're the ones that submitted the report in August saying that you were not going to be able to complete the program by your release date. You're saying that you haven't had any follow-up. The board would likely benefit from new information from programming to determine when you can get in the program, how long it'll take you to complete now that you've done pre-treatment. If the board decides they want to maintain that expectation that you complete treatment, it would be nice to know how much additional time you need to complete the program. All I can do as a hearing officer is get this information over to the board. You presented the information as to what's occurred since you last appeared, what you've done, what you have had access to, so I'll notify them that you have done some programming. And then it comes down to whether or not they want to maintain that expectation that you complete the core program prior to release, or if they're going to give you an opportunity to do that in a different venue on parole or a halfway house, that type of thing.
and I do have that arranged if given the opportunity to go out on parole and do that. If I respectfully request also, another viable option would be beneficial to me to go to a halfway house and do it there where they seem to be more organized there in what they're doing.
And you said you had another program?
Yes, and she is approved with the Department of Corrections as of
What's the
approved
name of
provider.
the program or the?
It's sex offender treatment. Her name is Laura Carter, and it's Hope and Healing in St. George.
Okay. All right, well, that'll provide the board all of the information they need to make an informed decision, and then they'll lay out a new board order with all the expectations attached to that. You'll receive that in a couple weeks.
Okay.
Anything else before I conclude?
I believe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
All right.
All right, today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Timothy Ayala, offender number 233792. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. It's my understanding that this is your first appearance before the board since you returned on the warrant. Everything got continued pending the adjudication of a new case. That's all been resolved at this point. You were committed to prison on new case 241-900-765, failure to register as a sex offender, third-degree felony. We'll go over that new case. Before I do that, I need to go over your parole allegations with you. You've got 5 separate allegations. I'll have you admit, deny, or plead no contest to each one of these. The first allegations by having failed to establish, reside at, or changed your address without prior approval from APMP. March 14th of 2022. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
I admit.
Allegation 2 by having absconded or fled parole supervision, March 14th of 2022.
Admit.
Allegation 3 by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, failure to register, March 14th of 2024.
Admit.
Now, allegations 4 and 5 are the same. It's the same language in those allegations. So they seem repetitive to me, but allegation 4 is the same. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
Admit.
And then allegation 5, same exact language as the other 2 allegations. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
Admit.
All right. And based off of those admissions and your new conviction, your previous parole date, which was December 8th of 2020, will be officially revoked. The board can move forward with another decision. Your new conviction has a 12-month guideline date associated with it. That guideline date passed in March. So the board will take into consideration that you're over your guideline date. In regards to that new offense, the information provided by adult probation and parole is that you are no longer living at your listed address and that you hadn't registered the new address, which means you were not compliant with your annual and semi-annual registration requirements. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. If you could just inform the board as to what happened. Why did you stop reporting? Why did you leave your address of record?
Because it was getting harder for me, and it was already, my year was up at the address, and then when I was gonna renew it, I didn't have the money to renew it.
You don't have to give me an address, but where did you end up moving?
Nowhere.
You're living on the streets?
Yes.
Did you complete sex offender treatment aftercare?
No.
Were you?
I was, I think, a month shy.
All right. Who are you doing treatment through in the community?
Alpha counseling.
All right. So until that last month, you had been participating and doing what you were supposed to?
Yes.
Any new incidents of sexual deviancy?
No.
Were you using it all after you stopped reporting?
No.
Did it cross your mind at all that maybe you should just go check in with APMP and give them an update as to what was going on?
Yes, I did. I just, every time that I was thinking about it, I just never did go.
So what'd you spend your day
I was actually
doing?
thankful. Just wandering.
Wandering around?
Yeah. Yeah, and then this time that I got locked up, I'm actually thankful because
it's like every time I kept on wanting to go check in, and it was just hard for me to check in. So I'm like, well, I got locked up, so it's been almost 2 years to just think about what I did wrong and what I can do hopefully next time that they give me another chance.
Do you have a place to go this time?
Not at this moment.
So you'd have to go to a halfway house?
Yes.
All right. What have you been working on there at the jail?
Here, nothing. When I was at UAB, I was helping the church with the projects that they were doing for like the fire department.
Okay. And there's no classes or employment or anything available to you?
I was working in the kitchen, but my head wasn't really all in the kitchen right now because there's been family problems, and so it's just like I haven't really been able to focus in the kitchen.
All right. I'll get all the information over to the board regarding the parole violations, your new offense, what's occurred since that time, your release plans. It appears as though you've expressed a desire to be paroled again and a willingness to comply with parole conditions.
Yes.
All right, I'll pass that information on to the board. Anything else before I conclude the hearing?
No.
All right, you should be receiving the board's order here in the next 2 to 3 weeks that'll outline everything that's expected moving forward. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Go ahead and conclude the hearing. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Dang William Dang, offender number 233321. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing.
Okay.
You were tentatively scheduled for an original hearing back in February of 2023. The hearing was continued to today's date with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment and comply with your case action plan. So we'll go over the progress you've made in those areas. I want to go over your commitment offenses with you. These cases go back to 2021. You've got case 211-905-403, possession with intent, third-degree felony, receive or transfer stolen vehicle, third-degree felony, damaged jails, third-degree felony, case 211-911-292, retail theft, case 221-901-464, burglary, 211-902-98, theft, 221-902-347, forgery, 2 separate counts, and case 211-910-821, burglary, second-degree felony. Rather than go through the facts of each one of those offenses one by one, I think it'd be more beneficial to go back to the time frame of these offenses. If you could just explain what was going on in your life and what led you to this criminal conduct.
With all the cases, I feel like my drug use was at an all-time high, and everything I was doing out there was to maintain my drug abuse and my drug use, and to keep me going with my, like I said, like staying, try to keep myself self-medicated and using drugs where I wasn't in the right state of mind. I was, like I said, on my board packet, I apologize for everything I've done out there to especially to the victims there in my cases where they were out, they didn't have their stuff with them at the time, and they didn't feel on the burglary, they didn't feel safe at their home because I went to the garage and took that bike, so all those things during my life it was going on because I was being I was intoxicated. Sorry, I'm nervous, so I'm kind of stumbling with my words, but yeah.
How long had you been using leading up to 2021?
2021, I've been I want to say maybe after high school. After I graduated high school in 2012, so I've been using on and off since then. But around 2021 is when my drug use was at an all-time high. My father passed away in 2020, so I was kind of spiraling during that time. But I don't want to blame my father's death on my drug abuse, but that's when I've been using on and off since 2012.
And were you able to, before you started using really heavily after your father passed away, was there a time where you were stable, had a job, your own residence, that type of thing, or have you always been struggling that way?
No, after I graduated high school, I went to play basketball out in Long Beach State University. I had a scholarship to go there, and I was doing good there. And what do you call it? What led up to all that is, like I said, I started dabbling with drugs in college a little bit. Then I got in trouble, and it's kind of just I haven't been able to really maintain a job when I was out there because I was using a lot of drugs. But I had odd jobs, helping friends mow lawns here and there, and just I think I had a short period of employment at UPS, but other than that, I didn't really have employment. So, yeah.
Okay. And have you been clean your entire incarceration?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go over what you've been working on. The board did lay out those expectations that you complete substance use treatment and comply with your CAT. If you could just go over what you've been working on.
Yeah, on February 2023, I think, when you guys gave me the smart scheduling, I was in what do you call it, Cache County Jail, and I put in to go to Miller County so I can go over there and do the RHO program. And I did the RHO program successfully, and I completed it. Sorry, let me step back a little bit. When I was in the Cache County, I also did MRT when I was there for in the MRT program. Then I went to Miller County and I finished the RHO program also. Then I'm here at Duchesne. I'm doing what do you call it, building trades, so I can expand my education and you know, and have a job when I get out. Which I have a job right now when I get out to doing HVAC with a buddy of mine, CMS Next Tech. So, and that job will be ready for me the day I get out. So,
Do you have a place
and
to live?
huh?
Do you have a place to live when you get out?
Yes, I do. I'll be staying with family out in Farmington. My address they already submitted my address ahead of time. Just kind of show you guys. You know, I do have, but yeah. But since
Okay.
I've been here, I've just been learning about myself. You know, and seeing what I want out of life. You know, and for me, this is not what I want out of life. I know I have a lot of charges, and it shows. What do you call it? How can I explain that? A role of like, you know, of getting in trouble, but that's not me, you know. I feel like I'm a better person than that, and I just want to get out and prove it to myself, to my family, you know, and really go back out there and just work, you know, because I have nephews and nieces that are growing up ahead of me, you know, and I just want to be there for them and be there for my family back home also. So, and my mom's out here right now, you know, she's been going through some stuff, and my brother's in the hospital right now too. So I want to get out and be able to support them and be out there for them. So
Well, you have done well while incarcerated. You completed the substance use program, as you mentioned, MRT, you're enrolled in education classes. Uh, Your guideline date based off of these convictions was 40 months, put you at May of 2025. Whatever date the board puts in place, you're eligible for a 4-month time cut for completing that substance use treatment program. So if they were inclined to release you near that guideline, you'd get a 4-month reduction from there, which puts you at the early part of next year, January of 2025. And you are willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
yes, I'm willing to do whatever the board party wants me to do for parole, any more programming they want me to do. Right now I'm just committed to changing my life, you know. All the stuff that I did out there, I'm like I said, I'm sorry for. I've been in here changing my life. You know, I've been talking to family and friends, and they, you know, they've been really, you know, talking to me and wanting me to go back to my old ways before I started, you know, using and stuff. Because, like I said, like I'm not a bad person. I've done bad things, you know, but I'm committed to whatever the board wants me to do, change, you know, and I'm willing to change my life. And I got a job. Like I said, I have a job lined up. I've been getting myself prepared to get out. So all the time I've been down, I haven't let it go to waste. You know, I've been putting myself in education and try to pursue, you know, whatever the board wants me to do, and for myself also, because I do know that I have a drug problem, and I felt like I've addressed it in here by staying clean and doing all the things the board want me to do. You know, so I haven't gotten into no problems that I feel like, you know, that are. I've been a model, you know, I get along with a lot of people in here. So, and like I said, I'm just ready to just get an opportunity to go home and change my life. That's the only thing I can do from this point on. I feel like is just go out and change my life.
All right. Well, you've answered all the questions that I had, and you've provided some information that I think will be beneficial to the board. So I'll make sure they have everything that you've mentioned today. They'll look at all of the reports that have been submitted, the pre-sentence investigations, the institutional progress reports, and they'll make a decision as to if and when you should be released and under what conditions. I would anticipate it will be a parole release around the early part of next year, and you'd be required to follow through with all of the conditions associated with that release. But you won't know for sure what the decision was until you receive the letter from the board. It'll include the board order and outline everything that is expected moving forward. So thank you for your time today.
Okay, I got one quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Will I be eligible for another time cut when I finish building trades? That recognized program?
Yes, when are you due to complete that?
November.
Yeah, so like I said, if they go with your guideline, which is May, they reduce that by 4 months, that puts you into January. If you completed building trades in November, there may be a potential for some time cut. There won't be a lot, just because you'll be within a month or so of your release anyway, but there may be a little bit of room for an additional cut. But
Okay.
yeah, you are eligible for up to 8 months if you do all of the programs that qualify. So, all right. Well, thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day, sir.
You too. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Okay.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Joshua Smith, offender number 150346. Mr. Smith, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be taking my name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting today's hearing. The board, it looks like you submitted a parole violation waiver that was reviewed back in October of 2023. The board took judicial notice of a pending case. It was 231-910-226. That's associated with allegation 1. It looks like that case was dismissed with prejudice in March of 2024. And then the board also took judicial notice of pending case 231-910-267. That case has been resolved. You were committed to prison on theft, third-degree felony, and that's associated with allegations 9 and 10. Did you get the opportunity to review all of the allegations? There was 11 of them.
Yes, yes, sir.
Did you have an idea of how you were going to plead to those allegations, admit, deny, or plead no contest to those?
So all of all my alcohol dirties and my drug dirties, I'm guilty of.
Well, let's just go through them one by one. That way we're clear. The allegation 1 is associated with that case that got dismissed. It's by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, receive or transfer stolen vehicle, second-degree felony. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
No contest.
Allegation 2, by having failed to enroll in substance use treatment at Journey on or about September 19th, 2023.
So on that one, I was waiting for my insurance to kick in. So I got arrested before I was able to go in. So I believe I was gonna enter Journey on October, the end of October, but I got arrested in September. So I was,
Okay, and the explanation is helpful. I'll note the explanation. And then as far as your plea goes, how did you want to plead to that?
no contest.
Okay, and then allegation 3 is by having failed to complete educational, vocational training or other training as directed in violation of your special condition of your parole agreement.
No contest.
Allegation 4, by having failed to complete substance abuse evaluation or failed to comply with all of the recommendations indicated, same date.
No contest.
Allegation 5, by having failed to comply with your parole agreement or case action plan.
No contest.
Allegation 6, by having failed to seek, obtain, or maintain regular, lawful, full-time employment, schooling, training, treatment, or other acceptable activities as included in your case action plan.
So on the in May, so I got out in February. I was only out for 3 months, and I got in a motorcycle accident, and I wasn't able to work. I still need surgery and stuff on my leg and my foot. So I was in a wheelchair. I wasn't able to work. You know what I mean? I wasn't able to be mobile.
Okay, so I've got your explanation. How did you want to plead to that?
No contest.
All right. Allegation 7, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, burglary, September 16th of 2023.
No contest.
Allegation 8, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, theft, September 16th of 2023.
No contest.
Now, allegation 9 is related to the theft that you were convicted of. It's by having committed theft on or about September 2nd of 2023.
No contest.
All right. And then allegation 10, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, violated a court order, burglary of a vehicle, same date.
No contest.
And then the final allegation 11 is by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, criminal trespass, Class B misdemeanor, September 8th of 2023.
No contest.
All right. And based off of your no contest pleas and the new conviction, your previous parole date of February 14th, 2023 will be revoked. The board can move forward with another decision. If you could just provide an overview as to the parole period, how things were going, and then what led to some of these cases.
So prior to my release, I had the very best in intentions of moving forward. I'm only human. I do the choices I make sometimes are not right, and as long as I'm human, I believe that I will make decisions and choices that ain't right, but I learn from every one of them that I make. And for that, I believe that I become a better person every time. And I've been doing this stuff way too long. I've been kicking the hornet's nest basically my whole life, and just tired of it. Moving forward in my life, once I'm out, I have good community support. I've been doing things I've never done before, well incarcerated, and I think that's, you know what I mean, matured me a great deal. I look forward into doing things different.
What do you think what do you think your major hangup was, or was there a variety of things that caused you to keep kicking the hornet's nest?
So I do have an addiction problem. It's you know, honest, when I engage in my drug activity, I feel it does. It's kind of like riding my motorcycle, or when I'm in the middle of the mountains fishing, hunting, or something, or when I'm with someone I love. But in a sense, it takes away from all that, because when I'm using drugs, I don't do those. So for the explanation of why I engage in criminal activity, I haven't grown up. I haven't made the decision of moving forward and letting go of my past.
And do you feel like you're in a place where you are going to be able to do that this time around?
Absolutely, I feel like I'm going to be effective.
Have you been able to do any classes or programming since you've been back?
So since I've been back, I was in Strive program, and I was doing a 40-hour productive work weekend, and they moved me to UNA County Jail, which I go to class every chance I get. There's not too much programming here. I go to substance abuse, NAAA, and everything. Like I signed up for MRT, but they don't have it. So there's not really much opportunity here in order for like programming. There's no programming here. But I do, and I make best of what they offer here.
And if the board's inclined to go with the parole release at some point, are you willing to do parole?
Absolutely.
All right. Your new conviction carries a 16-month guideline date, puts you at January of 2025. The board will take that date into consideration for possible release. They're not bound by that date. They can hold you longer, release you sooner, whatever they feel is appropriate after they review all of the circumstances. I don't have any additional questions for you. Is there anything that you wanted to make sure you mentioned today before I conclude the hearing?
I look forward to a change and doing different than I've done. And I'm ashamed that I'm in front of you guys again. And I'm gonna do my best to make this my last. And I appreciate your time.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll get this information over to the board in the next day or two. They'll deliberate over the next couple weeks and they'll mail you the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward.
All right, appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Good afternoon. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a compassionate release hearing for John Edward Singer, number 251751. Mr. Singer, can you hear me? Officer Green, is this, in your experience, the response Mr. Singer can give us?
Yes, sir.
For the record, the reason we are here is the board received a compassionate release request indicating that Mr. Singer had a stroke on July 28th, that he is nonverbal, completely dependent for his activities of daily living on others, requires a feeding tube, a number of other things, requires help with oral care, mobility, that he can't speak or essentially move. Ms. Conyers has been appointed to represent Mr. Singer, and Ms. Conyers, you are online with us, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I also did have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Singer last week. He was in the same similar condition and wasn't able to acknowledge my presence or our discussion. Well, it was kind of a one-sided discussion, and he was in this very similar state.
And he was unable to speak or communicate with you at all, is that right?
That's correct. He wasn't even really able to acknowledge my presence, frankly.
And your meeting was in person?
It was. I met him in person at the infirmary at the Utah State Prison.
Is there anything that you would like the board to know?
I would correct, if I understand correctly, it was actually his second stroke. He had his first one in May of this year, and then a second one in July. As you mentioned, it is he needs he's completely dependent for all daily activities. This is a permanent condition. He will not regain function. I will note that from his 2022 risk assessment, that he did come back very low risk for reoffending, and they were recommending treatment in the community, as the SOTP program in the prison doesn't offer, utilizes its services for higher offenders, I will say, but in his current condition, he's not going to be able to do treatment anywhere. So I am asking that I also note that his guidelines are between 40 to 48 months. So it seems like the board would have been considering his release next fall anyway, around the September 2025 mark. I am asking that the board release him through its compassionate release program, so that the staff there at the infirmary, specifically Ms. Bird, can work on finding an appropriate facility for him. I know that process already takes approximately 6 months. I don't know I don't know his prognosis to know if this is something that can last months, years, or beyond that, but I would ask that he be transferred to a community facility just as soon as possible to lighten the load. I was not only with my visit with Mr. Singer, I was able to talk to the staff there at the infirmary, and although the day I was in there, they were down on patients. They only had 9 out of a capacity for over 40. At any minute that can change. And we were having a good conversation about what level of care they're able to give. And the more patients they have, obviously, the less time they can spend on specific patients such as Mr. Singer, who needs additional services. And he's not the only one. There are other inmates there who require a lot of assistance with daily activities as well. So they're already very thin on staff and resources, and they're not even at capacity yet. So yes, that is my recommendation, is that that the board would consider compassionate release for him so that he can get into a facility that can provide him the care he needs, especially given his very low risk.
Thank you. Do you need time to look into anything, or do you feel that you have received all the information you need?
The only thing it seems like I was missing was, it seems like there may have been an updated medical release, but since I was able to talk to people in person, so I didn't see a medical update. If the board received one in the last 30 days, I did not receive it. However, I feel comfortable making this recommendation based on my personal visit with him and then talking to infirmary staff. I don't know that the medical update would have provided additional information that I don't already have.
Thank you, Ms. Conyers. I will note for the record, the board did not receive notice that any victims or victim representatives would be appearing. None have appeared. And thank you, Ms. Conyers, for your hard work on this issue. And with that being said, anything else, Ms. Conyers, before we close?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your hard work, and we will conclude the hearing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.